Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Eamon Viana and Anjali Kitju.
Don't ever let them hurt you in any way. And never let them steal and take the best of you. Keep building cities from the ground. We rise and weave the wave. Don't ever let them hurt you in any way. And never let them steal and take the best of you. Keep building cities from the ground. We rise and weave the wave. Mother Nature has a way of warning us. A time bomb set on a lost countdown. Do you hear it? Will you stop it? Won't you listen? We need each other now. We need each other now. Each one of us needs one of us. We need each other. Don't ever let them hurt you in any way. Oh, never let them steal and take the best of you. Keep building cities from the ground. We rise and weave the wave. Mother Nature has a way of warning us. A time bomb set on a lost countdown. Will you find it? Will you stop it? Won't you listen? I know we are humans, but why can't we use the gift she's giving us? Mother Nature has a way of warning us. A time bomb set on a lost countdown. Do you hear it? Will you stop it? Won't you listen? We need each other now. We need each other now. Each one of us needs one of us. We need each other. Mother Nature has a way of warning us. A time bomb set on a lost countdown. Will you find it? Will you stop it? Won't you listen?
Thank you, Angelique and Amen, for this musical opening of the meeting. Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and government, Excellencies, dear partners and friends of the World Economic Forum, a very cordial welcome to the 2023 annual meeting. We are coming together under the motto, Cooperation in a Fragmented World. At the beginning of this year, we are confronted with unprecedented and multiple challenges. First, our global economy is undergoing deep transformation. The energy transition, the consequences of COVID, the reshaping of supply chains are all serving as catalytic forces for the economic transformation. And the hotspots of this geo-economic remodeling are high inflation, increasing interest rates, and growing national debt. This is particularly hurting low and middle-income groups. It is exacerbating societal fragmentation. Second, the geopolitical system is also undergoing deep systemic transformation. Internationally, we are moving to what some people would call a messy patchwork of powers. There are superpowers, emerging powers, middle powers, regional powers, rogue states, and also large corporate and social media powers, all competing increasingly for power and influence. As a result, the trend is again moving towards increased fragmentation and confrontation. Thirdly, our generation has reached a turning point, confronted by truly existential problems: climate change, exploitation of nature, nuclear possible incidents, or even wars, extreme poverty, and viruses. They all can lead to an extinction of large parts of our global population. And we have seen how much dealing with those risks, such as COVID or global warming, have again fragmented populations. And finally, the fourth industrial revolution offers us tremendous opportunities, but at the same time, technologies as computing, quantum computing, blockchain, genetics, and so on, they also could create deep societal fragmentation. We have the ability to collaboratively build a more peaceful, resilient, inclusive, and sustainable world. But to do so, we need to overcome the most critical fragmentation. And the most critical fragmentation is between those who take a constructive attitude and those who are just bystanders, observers, and even go into the negative, critical, and confrontational attitude. But the spirit of Davos is positive, is constructive. It means investing into a greener and therefore more sustainable economy, investing into a more cohesive society by providing everyone with the appropriate skills and opportunities, investing into the hard and soft infrastructure that modern societies require. And here in Davos, it means, despite all those challenges, it means particularly investing in the spirit and the practice of solving problems through mutual respect and cooperation. We believe that we can do it, that through collective responsibility, innovation, human goodwill, and ingenuity, we have the capacity to turn the challenges into opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, I have now the great pleasure and honor to introduce Alain Berset, President of the Swiss Confederation and Federal Counselor for the Federal Department of Internal Affairs. The World Economic Forum has been based in Switzerland for 53 years, and it is over this period the cooperation between the Swiss federal government, the canton of Graubünden, and the municipality of Davos the partnership has been truly exceptional. I would like to express, Mr. President, and all our Swiss hosts, our sincere gratitude for their hospitality and support all over those years. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Confederation, to the President of the Swiss Confederation, Alain Berset.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear Professor Schwab, the post-war order is currently experiencing its greatest crisis. Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine constitutes a brutal attack on a peaceful country. But it is also a brutal attack on international law and multilateralism. The war is causing great suffering, and it is playing a decisive role on the global development of democracy. That is why the great solidarity shown by democratic countries with Ukraine is crucial. Solidarity with the people in the country, but also with those who have fled. And this aggression has come of all countries, from a member of the UN Security Council, which, and I quote from the UN Charter, bears primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. And in spite of this, or no, precisely because of this, Switzerland will make every effort to again strengthen international law and multilateralism. In the UN Security Council, for the first time this year, and through international Geneva, the seat of one of the most important multilateral platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, the world needs strong multilateral platforms because the greatest present-day challenges are transnational: climate change, pandemic, war, migration, proliferation. And this annual meeting is also an important platform for global dialogue. It is a place of optimism, of can-do spirits, and this is especially so in times of crisis. When I first attended the annual meeting back in 2012, the motto was the great transformation shaping new models. And it was a call to look to the future with optimism and to have confidence in the strength of our shared values and vision. But even at the time, WEF founder Klaus Schwab warned that inclusion is critical at a time when the number one risk to the world is rising inequality. And this warning has proven to be as accurate as it was far-sighted. For since then, inequality worldwide has continued to grow. The World Inequality Report 2022, which measures global wealth, income, gender, and ecological inequality, comes to the conclusion that inequality today is as great as it was 20 years ago. And all the fears expressed at the 2012 annual meeting have come true. Inequality brings with it huge political and social collateral damage. And what we call populism is essentially a reaction to growing inequality. We all know that extreme inequality undermines social cohesion. It creates resentment, causing us to seek scapegoats. And it is politically toxic, eating away at our faith in democracy. The number of democracies worldwide has diminished very much. According to Freedom House, around 50% of the world's population lived in democracies 10 years ago. And today, that figure is just 20%. And we find ourselves at a tipping point. Democratic institutions are being weakened. In certain places, the rule of law is under threat, even in some democratically constituted states. And the rule of law is also at risk of eroding in the international system. Business as usual is no longer an option. We must take steps to defend steadfastly the foundations that are a condition for civilized coexistence. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have given much thought, also here at the annual meeting, to efficiency and prosperity, but too little to social fairness. What applies in the domestic politics of most countries also applies in relations between states. And here too, inequality is growing at an alarming rate, and already fragile states are further weakened, first by climate change and the pandemic, and then by the war in Ukraine. Around 350 million people in 82 countries are currently at acute risk of hunger, according to the UN World Food Programme. That's 200 million more than before the pandemic and the war in Ukraine. In large parts of Africa, the consequences are dramatic. Before the war, 90% of grain supplied to Eritrea and Somalia came from Russia and Ukraine. And the sharp rises in the price of fertilizer and oil have a huge impact on the continent's poorest countries, weakening them further still. The COVID pandemic also hit already fragile states hardest. Inequality increased significantly, and what is particularly difficult to accept is that prior to 2020, African countries were among the fastest growing in the world. Yes, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, many countries in Africa, just as many parts of the world, have been weakened by this terrible war and seen their ambition reduced. But that does not diminish the importance of these countries. It does, however, require a rethink. It needs an active global partnership, a partnership that recognizes the enormous potential of countries in Africa and strengthens human rights and democracy, a partnership that addresses humanitarian needs as well as supports economic opportunities and innovation. Inequalities are not eliminated by charity. Take the example of COVID-19 vaccines. Promises were made to help fragile countries, Switzerland too, lent its financial and political support to the COVAX initiative of the World Health Organization, which wanted to achieve equitable access to vaccines worldwide. But when it came to distributing vaccines, there was little evidence of that kind of partnership. In light of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, we have seen that the risk of fragility is no longer a one-way street. The problems experienced by fragile states do not remain within their own borders. They are always exported to neighboring countries, but also to far-flung regions in the form of migration, corruption, terrorism. And we must do all we can to support fragile states, otherwise they risk becoming failed states. And that is why Switzerland will work systematically on behalf of the most vulnerable, in particular to protect the civilian population and improve food security. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, fragility poses a threat to all of us. That is true domestically, but it is also true internationally. Self-interests and supporting those weaker than ourselves. We have long considered these to be two different things, but now we know they are one and they are the same. Thank you very much.
Madam Zelenska, First Lady of Ukraine, it's a great honor to have you at our annual meeting in Davos. Thank you for coming.
скільки і яких учасників братимуть участь в заходах. Лідери держав, голови міжнародних організацій, лідери бізнесу, провідні економісти, громадські діячі, журналісти, науковці. Люди, які мають значення для цілих галузей, народів, для всього світу. Вас усіх об'єднує те, що ви дійсно впливові. Але є дещо, що вас роз'єднує. А саме не всі із вас використовують цей вплив. Або часом використовують так, що це ще більше роз'єднує. Таке зібрання, як Давоський форум, існує, бо всі ми внутрішньо впевнені, що немає такої глобальної проблеми, яку людство не може вирішити. Нам вистачить сил та енергії. Сума об'єднаного впливу більше, ніж вага існуючих викликів. Але щоб була сума, має бути складання її складових, тобто глобальна співпраця. І тим більше це важливо зараз, коли зараз є загроза обвалу того життя, до якого звикли люди в світі, або до якого прагнуть люди в світі. Яким може бути життя у світі, якщо буде дозволено бити з танків по атомним станціям? Що буде з інфляційними процесами, коли будуть падати державні кордони і цілісність країн буде руйнуватися тими, хто цього хоче? Що буде з вартістю життя, коли не мільйони, а десятки мільйонів людей будуть змушені рятувати своє життя, рятуватись від масового голоду і стануть біженцями? Як світ хоче досягти кліматичної нейтральності, якщо поки не зупинив навіть спалення цілих міст в Україні? Це те, що робить Росія своєю артилерією, ракетами, іранськими дронами. І ви всі знаєте, що російська агресія ніколи не мала на меті обмежитися українською територією. Ця війна може піти далі і зробити кризи ширшими, якщо агресор не програє. Або, іншими словами, якщо сума нашого з вами впливу не переважить агресію. Пані та панове, мій чоловік, президент України, звертаючись до лідерів 19 найбільш економічно потужних держав, запропонував їм та усьому світу формулу, як стати найбільш потужними в миротворчості. Це 10 пунктів. Пунктів про те, як переважити російську агресію, а отже про те, як не допустити поєднання наявних регіональних та глобальних криз в одну повномасштабну загальносвітову кризу. Я хочу підкреслити, це пункти не суто політичні. У кожного з цих пунктів є відчутний людський рівень. Це рівень батьків, які плачуть під реанімацією, коли рятують їхню поранену дитину. Або хлопчика, чию сім'ю розстріляли в автівці під час окупації, під час евакуації. Це рівень фермерів, які зараз бояться повертатися на свої поля через те, що поля заміновані окупантами. Це рівень людей, які, втративши дім, змушені шукати порятунку там, де їх приймуть. Я прошу вас дивитися на потребу в зупинці агресії саме так, як подивилися б на це люди, чиє життя руйнує країна-агресор. Коли ми кажемо у формулі миру про радіаційну і ядерну безпеку, ми маємо на увазі, що не можемо допустити появи нового Чорнобиля. Ми не хочемо, щоб діти десь у світі були змушені вчитися, як вберегтися від променевої хвороби. Коли ми кажемо у формулі миру про продовольчу безпеку, ми маємо на увазі, що право на їжу має кожна людина. І це принизливо для людства і самої людськості, що у 21 столітті десь у світі можливий масовий голод, тим більше можливий через збройну агресію якоїсь божевільної держави. Коли ми кажемо про енергетичну безпеку, це те, щоб жодній дитині в світі не доводилося робити уроки при свічках, як зараз дітям в Україні. Або щоб жоден лікар не мусив робити операції під світ ліхтарів, як це було нещодавно у Львові та в Києві. Для мене найболючіший пункт формули – це звільнення усіх полонених та депортованих. Тих тисяч українців, яких вивезли в Росію, і яким брешуть, що нібито ніхто їм не допоможе. Не тільки вони переживають тортури невизначеності переживають їхні родини. Це і про тисячі дітей, яких ми мусимо захистити від руйнування їхнього зв'язку з рідними і з батьківщиною, яке чинить Росія, віддаючи тисячі українських дітей на всиновлення, незаконне всиновлення в російські родини. І це не просто спроба Росії стерти пам'ять їм про те, хто вони є. Це злочин проти самої суті батьківства, проти того, що споконвіку об'єднує матір і дитину, батька і дитину. Кожна людина має право на життя. Тому окремий пункт формули миру – це виведення російських військ з усієї суверенної території України. А завдяки цьому гарантоване припинення бойових дій та терору окупантів проти українців. Це буде відновлення сили міжнародного права та статуту ООН. Але суто з людського боку на окупованих російської території просто наші люди, розділені з родинами. Вони чекають на звільнення. І поки цього немає, мільйони людей мусять переживати страх і російські репресії. Ще один пункт формули – це справедливість. Це те, чого вимагає гідність кожної людини, що загинула під завалами власного будинку. Це те, чого вимагають діти й дорослі, які втратили кінцівки через російські удари. Кожен, хто виживав в підвалах Маріуполя, поки його місто стирали з лиця землі російські снаряди і бомби. Кожен, хто мріяв про порятунок в Бучі, ховаючись від російських катів. Справедливість потрібна, щоб ніхто в світі ніколи не думав, що ніби воєнні злочини та геноцидна політика можуть залишитися безкарними. Це потрібно не лише живим та загиблим українцям, це потрібно світові, щоб ніхто не думав, що насильство можна повторити. Формула миру повертає безпеку не тільки людям. Кожен, хто бачив понівечену землю після російських обстрілів, спалені ліси, закриті території через тисячі різних мін, кожен розуміє, яка травмована природа може залишитися наступним поколінням. Я постійно намагаюся донести, що в Україні немає повністю безпечних міст і, на жаль, вихідних від війни. Кожному, хто нині в Україні, щодня доводиться ризикувати життям. У Росії немає табу. Прямо зараз в нашому місті Дніпро триває розбіл завалів житлового будинку, який був зруйнований протикорабельною ракетою. Російські військові запустили ракету, яку створювали, щоб знищувати авіаносці, проти звичайної цивільної інфраструктури. Сьогодні зранку було відомо про 40 загиблих. Поки ми розпочинали цей форум, ця цифра зросла до 43 людей. Вони просто були вдома в суботу. Цього достатньо для Росії, щоб вбивати. Саме тому 9-й пункт нашої формули миру про гарантоване недопущення ескалації. І, звичайно, має бути фіксація завершення цієї війни. Не лише для того, щоб мати якусь дату для відліку мирного часу, а тому що мир не дорівнює перемир'ю. Щоб змогли повертатися додому наші люди, які зараз розкидані по світу. Щоб з фронту повернулися наші батьки, матері, сини і доньки. Щоб знову з'єдналися сім'ї, які були роз'єднані війною. Пані та панове, єднання це те, що повертає мир. Сьогодні я передаю колегам-учасникам цієї частини формулу, листи від президента України, пану Алену Берсе, президенту Швейцарської конфедерації, пані Урсулі фон дер Ляєн, президентці Європейської комісії, і лист, що адресований пану Сі Цзіньпіню, голові Китайської Народної Республіки, я передаю пану Лю Хе, віце-прем'єру Державної ради КНР. Є давне прислів'я. Якщо люди згуртуються, то й гору та й шань перенесуть. І ми віримо, що світ згуртується заради миру. Україна вже отримала відповіді, позитивні відповіді від багатьох лідерів держав про готовність співпрацювати заради реалізації формули миру. І цей рік може не стати роком полікризи, про яку всі говорять, якщо це стане роком української формули миру, яка буде реалізована. Я дякую вам за увагу. Слава Україні!
Dear Madam President von der Leyen, liebe Ursula, at a time in history, as we have seen also in the speech of the First Lady, at a time in history during which unprecedented, unimaginable challenges demand exceptional leaders, it is a deep honor to have you with us to present your vision for the future of Europe and Europe's role in the world. I'm convinced that your commitment and your visionary leadership to a stronger and closer union, particularly during those times where Europe is really tested, have been so essential, your leadership, and will continue to be so. Madam President, we are excited to have us with you today. The stage is yours.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, lieber Klaus, my dearest Olena. For almost 1 year now, Ukraine has stunned the world. On that fateful February morning, many predicted that Kyiv would fall in a matter of days. But this did not account for the morale and the physical courage of Ukrainian people. Dearest Olena, you and your people, you have resisted the Russian invasion and pushed back against the aggressor, against all odds. Not even Russia's relentless attacks on civilians, and you have described them, or the specter of a brutal winter have shaken your resolve. In this last year, your country has moved the world and has inspired Europe. And I can assure you that Europe will always stand with you. Many doubted whether that European support would be so unwavering. But today, Ukraine is a candidate country to access the European Union. European countries are providing more and more critical weapons to Ukraine. We're hosting around 4 million Ukrainians in our cities, our homes, and our schools. And we have put in place the strongest sanctions ever, which leave the Russian economy facing a decade of regression and its industry starved of any modern and critical technologies. There will be no impunity for these Russian crimes. And, my friends, there will be no let-up in our steadfast support to Ukraine, from helping to restore power, heating and water, to preparing for the long-term effort of reconstruction. And to reaffirm that support, climate change already comes with a huge cost. And we have no time to lose in the transition to a clean economy. And that's what I want to speak about. The net zero transformation is already causing huge industrial, economic, and geopolitical shifts, by far the quickest and the most pronounced in our lifetime. It is changing the nature of work, It is reshaping the nature of our industry. But we are on the brink of something far greater. Just think, in less than 3 decades, we want to reach net zero. In less than 3 decades, we have to reach net zero. But the road to net zero means developing and using a whole range of new clean technologies across our economy, in transport, in buildings, in manufacturing, in energy. The next decades will see the greatest industrial transformation of our times, maybe of any times. And those who develop and manufacture the technology that will be the foundation of tomorrow's economy will have the greatest competitive edge. So the scale of the opportunity is clear for all to see. The International Energy Agency estimates that the market for mass manufactured clean energy tech will be worth around $650 billion a year by 2030, more than triple today's levels. To get ahead of the competition, we need to keep investing in strengthening our industrial base and making Europe more investment and innovation friendly. And that is what investors are looking closely at in the different markets for clean tech. Here in Europe, we moved first with the European Green Deal to set the path to climate neutrality by 2050. We have cast our net zero target into law to provide the predictability and the transparency business needs. We followed up with our investment firepower of Next Generation EU, that is our 800 billion investment plan, the Just Transition Fund and other instruments across the economy. This is unprecedented investment in clean technology across all sectors of the green transition. Clean tech is now the fastest growing investment sector in Europe, doubling its value between 2020 and 2021 alone. And the good news for the planet is that other major economies are also now stepping up. Japan's green transformation plan aims to help raise up to 20 trillion yen, around 140 billion euros, through green transition bonds. India has put forward a production-linked incentive scheme to enhance their competitiveness in sectors like solar photovoltaics and batteries. The United Kingdom, Canada, and many others have also put forward their investment plans in clean tech. And of course, we have seen the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, their $369 billion clean tech investment plan. That means that together, the European and the United States alone are putting forward almost €1 trillion to accelerate the clean energy economy. This has the potential to massively boost the path to climate neutrality. But it is no secret that certain elements of the design of the Inflation Reduction Act raised a number of concerns in terms of some of the targeted incentives for companies. So this is why we have been working with our United States friends to find solutions, for example, so that EU companies and EU-made electric cars can also benefit from the Inflation Reduction Act. Our aim should be to avoid disruptions in transatlantic trade and investment. We should ensure that our respective incentive programs are fair and mutually reinforcing. And we should also set out how we can jointly benefit from this massive investment For example, by creating economies of scale across the Atlantic or setting common standards. At the heart of the joint vision is our conviction that competition and trade are the key to speeding up clean tech and climate neutrality. And that means that we, Europeans, also need to get better at nurturing our own clean tech industry. We know that we have a small window to invest in clean energy and innovation and clean tech before the fossil fuel economy becomes obsolete. So we have an industry at the moment being challenged by the pandemic, supply chain issues and price shocks. We see aggressive attempts to attract our industrial capacities away to China and elsewhere. We have a compelling need to make this net zero transition without creating new dependency. We've learned our lessons from the fossil fuels. And we know that future investment decisions will be taken now, depending on what we do today. We Europeans have a plan, a Green Deal industrial plan. Our plan to make Europe the home of clean tech and industrial innovation on the road to net zero. Our Green Deal industrial plan will be covering 4 different pillars: the regulatory environment, financing, skills, and trade. The first pillar is about speed and access. We need to create a regulatory environment that allows us to scale up fast and to create conducive conditions for sectors crucial to reach the net zero goal that we've set ourselves. This includes, for example, wind, heat pumps, solar, clean hydrogen, storage, and other topics, for which demand is boosted by our Next Generation EU and Repower EU investments. To help make this happen, we will put forward a new Net Zero Industry Act. This will follow the same model as our CHIPS Act. The new Net Zero Industry Act will identify clear goals for European clean tech by 2030. The aim will be to focus investment on strategic projects along the entire supply chain. We will especially look at how to simplify and fast-track the permitting process for clean tech production sites. In parallel to this Net Zero Industry Act, we will reflect on how to make important projects of common European interest, the famous IPCEIs, faster to process, easier to fund, simpler to access for small and medium enterprises and for all our member states. The Net Zero Industry Act will go hand in hand with the critical Raw Materials Act. For rare earths, which are vital for manufacturing key technologies like wind power generation, hydrogen storage, you name it. Europe is today 98% dependent on one country, China. Or take lithium, with just 3 countries accounting for more than 90% of the lithium production, the entire supply chain has become incredibly tight. This has pushed up prices and is threatening our competitiveness, so we need to improve the refining, processing, and recycling of raw materials here in Europe. And in parallel, we will work with our trade partners to cooperate on sourcing, production, and processing to overcome the existing monopoly. To do this, we can build a critical raw materials club, working with like-minded partners from the United States, to Ukraine to collectively strengthen supply chains and to diversify away from single monopoly. This is pillar one, speed and access through the Net Zero Industry Act. The second pillar of the Green Deal Industrial Plan will boost investment and financing of clean tech production. To keep European industry attractive, there is a need to be competitive with offers and incentives that are currently available outside the European Union. This is why we will propose to temporarily adapt our state aid rules to speed up and simplify them. Easier calculations, simpler procedures, accelerated approvals. For example, simple tax break models. And with targeted aid for production facilities and strategic clean tech value chains to counter relocation risks from foreign subsidies. But we also know that state aid will only be a limited solution which only a few member states can use. Now, to avoid fragmenting of the single market and to support the clean tech transition across the whole Union, we must also step up EU funding. For the medium term, we will prepare a European Sovereignty Fund as part of the midterm review of our budget this year. This will provide a structural solution to boost the resources available for upstream research, innovation, and strategic industrial projects. But as this will take time, we will look at a bridging solution where it is most needed to provide fast and targeted support. And to support this, we are currently working hard on a needs assessment. So the second pillar is funding and state aid. The third pillar of the Green Deal Industrial Plan will be developing the needed skills to make this transition happen. The best technology is only as good as the skilled workers who can install and operate it. And with a huge growth in new technologies, we will need a huge growth in skills and skilled workers in this sector. This will cut across all we do, whether it is regulation or finance, and will be the priority of our European Year of Skills. The fourth pillar will be to facilitate open and fair trade to the benefit of all. For clean tech to deliver net zero globally, there will be a need for strong and resilient supply chains. Our economies will rely ever more on international trade as the transition speeds up to open more markets and to access the input needed for the industry. So we need an ambitious trade agenda, including by making the most, for example, out of the existing trade agreements, for example, with Canada, or for example, with the United Kingdom, with which we are trying hard to sort out our difficulties. We're working on concluding agreements with Mexico, Chile, New Zealand, and Australia, and to make progress with India and Indonesia. And we need to restart a conversation regarding the Mercosur agreement, because international trade is key to helping our industry cut costs, create jobs, and develop new products. But by the same token, where trade is not fair, we must respond more robustly. China has made boosting clean tech innovation and manufacturing a key priority of its 5-year plan. That's good. It dominates global production in sectors like electric vehicles and solar panels, which are essential for the transition. But competition on net zero must be based on a level playing field. China has been openly encouraging energy-intensive companies in Europe and elsewhere to relocate all or part of their production. They do so with the promise of cheap energy, low labor costs, and a more lenient regulatory environment. At the same time, China heavily subsidizes its industry and restricts access to its market for European Union companies. We still need to work and trade with China, especially when it comes to this transition. So we need to refocus our approach on de-risking rather than decoupling. This means using all our tools to deal with unfair practices, including the new foreign subsidies regulation. And we will not hesitate to open investigations if we consider that our procurement or other markets are being distorted by such subsidies. We want to cooperate, we want to work together. Climate change needs a global approach, but it has to be a fair approach and a level playing field. Ladies and gentlemen, the story of the clean tech economy is still being written. And over the years I've been coming to Davos, I've heard many times that we are on the cusp of a period of creative destruction that the economist Josef Schumpeter spoke of. His idea that innovation and new tech replaces the old, leaving the old industry and jobs behind. In many ways, this dynamic applies to the clean tech revolution of today and tomorrow. But I believe if Europe gets it right, the story of clean tech economy can be one of creative construction, with the right support and incentives for companies to innovate, with the right focus on skills and people, with the right environment to make the most out of our world-leading innovation capacity. Europe already has everything it takes: talent, researchers, industrial capacity, investment. And Europe has a plan for the future. And this is why I believe the story of the clean tech economy will be written in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for this clear, comprehensive, upbeat, and future-oriented vision which you laid out for Europe. We have time for just maybe one or two questions, if you agree. And when you were here last time, we started to discuss the need to come together also for reconstruction of Ukraine. And now, of course, it may sound premature, but we have to prepare ourselves. Could you say some words?
Absolutely, absolutely. It is not premature. It is up and running since this month. We started the reconstruction platform because it includes repair and relief right now. And Ukraine needs repair and relief right now, then to go slowly but surely into the reconstruction. And indeed, the political leadership is with G7. The motor, the engine, is with the Secretariat, with the European Commission in Brussels and in Kyiv, together with our Ukrainian friends. And it is of utmost importance that, on one hand, globally we raise the necessary investment for reconstruction, but that, on the other hand, at the same time, we do the necessary reforms to move forward. Ukraine wants to become a member of the European Union, and it is a perfect opportunity to take investment and reform to pave this way for Ukraine towards the European Union. And my call on you is, we need every helping hand on board. Ukraine deserves to have as much support as possible. And what we need is not only investment with the public sector, but the private investment and your knowledge. You know so much in your respective fields. So we need your knowledge. We need every hand on board to really move forward with repair, relief at the very beginning, but also reconstruction. The people of Ukraine really deserve it.
Ursula, you have laid out the revitalization efforts for Europe. I would like to come back with maybe the last question to the role Europe is playing globally and in terms of, the geopolitical leadership, security and values. You have touched upon some of those points. But I know in addition to all your different initiatives, there is the Global Gateway initiative. I think since it concerns many of the partners of Europe, maybe you would like to say something about it.
Global Gateway is our 300 billion investment plan for infrastructure abroad for the next 5 years. There's a huge need for investment in infrastructure, and we want to be the offer as a partner where there is the investment in the infrastructure coupled with the added value that stays locally, transparency, and reliability and predictability. And I give you some examples what the Global Gateway investment is in, for example. I've spoken about the enormous dependency of the European Union of Russian fossil fuels before Russia unleashed the war against Ukraine. The European Union was the biggest client for pipeline gas worldwide, and Russia was the biggest supplier worldwide. And this huge demand of the European Union is now completely shifted away from Russia. We have completely decoupled and diversified away. But this demand, of course, is looking for new, trusted, long-term suppliers. And we have to be very careful that we do not create a lock-in effect in fossil fuels, but that we use this opportunity to leapfrog forward into clean energy. And here comes the opportunity of Global Gateway. Our friends, for example, on the African continent, have resources for renewable energy in abundance. What is missing is the infrastructure. And therefore, there we have a common interest that Global Gateway is investing in infrastructure for green hydrogen, for example, solar panel, wind, but also other possibilities, so that this infrastructure is being built up with a common interest on both sides, that we want the added value fairly placed and predictable. Another example is the topic of vaccines. We learned our lesson in the pandemic that it is not sustainable if vaccines have to be donated. The African continent, our African friends, want the technology, rightly so. And therefore, the mRNA technology has been brought to different countries. There, with private partners, Global Gateway is building up, together with our African friends, manufacturing capacities for vaccines in order to give the opportunity and have the next time that we have the need for vaccines, the technology on the African continent, vaccines manufactured in Africa for Africa, and all the possibilities that are in this new revolutionary mRNA technology. Two very recent examples that show what Global Gateway is all about.
Madam President, in the beginning, and I just said we want to have here at this meeting a let's do it attitude, and we have the capabilities. I think your speech this morning provided the best example of the let's do forward-looking attitude. And we have to be also clear that we have to do the necessary investments. And I just want to highlight one point, the necessary investments into the skills which we need in the future. So we wish you all a very good, how should I say, progress in all those visionary initiatives. And thank you again for joining us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated for the upcoming session.
It's my great pleasure and honor to introduce His Excellency Liu He, Vice Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China. In the past 3 years, the world has been undergoing tremendous changes with many challenges: the pandemic, the war in Europe, the slowing economy, the energy crisis, food crisis, supply chain instability, climate change, and I could go on. The world is becoming even more fragmented, and we must seek cooperation in this fragmented world. Since China started its opening up and reform process over 40 years ago, the country has made great contributions to the development of the global economy. Yet, the world is in transformation, and we are all focused to rethink our development models. The global community, Your Excellency, is eager to understand the next chapter of China's development strategy, both domestically and globally, particularly after the Communist Party's 20th Congress and We would like to know the opportunities in China and how we can work together with China to tackle the collective challenges that the world is facing. Cooperation instead of fragmentation. As Director of the Office of the Central Commission for Finance and Economy, Director of the Financial Stability and Development Committee of the State Council, Head of the leading group for National Science and Technology System Reform and Innovation Systems Development, Vice Premier Liu has played a key role and key roles in China's economy, financial and technology sector, as well as China's international cooperation for over 30 years now. He's a recognized leader and a well-known person internationally. Today, we all need to work together to make progress in this fragmented world. We firmly believe that China will play and can play an important role, so we are all keen to hear your perspectives. Mr. Vice Premier of China, how much will China assume a responsive and responsible role to avoid further fragmentation in the world? Please welcome Vice Premier Liu He.
尊敬的司法部主席，尊敬的女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好。我非常感谢司法部先生的邀请，让我有机会再次来到美丽的达沃斯。我上次参加达沃斯论坛是2018年，5年的时间过去了，我们经历了各种出乎意料的事件，世界政治经济图景已经发生深刻的变化。在这样的背景下，今年的年会以在分裂的世界中加强合作为主题，我们认为意义重大。相互了解是加强合作的基础。最近以来，我们一直在进行线上的交流，但是我们发现技术手段再先进，也替代不了人和人之间面对面的交流。最近2天以来，我有机会见到很多的老朋友，感到非常的温暖。借这个机会，请允许我向大家简要的介绍一下中国的经济的情况。大家知道，2022年中国顺利完成了国内的重要的政治议程，成功召开中共20大，选举了以习近平为主席的新的中央领导集体，计划了未来5年乃至更长时期中国式现代化的宏伟蓝图。我们不久前召开了中国的 年度中央经济工作会议，我们按照中共20大的精神，对今年的经济工作进行了全面的部署。从去年的情况看，中国经济增长3%，保持了就业、物价基本稳定。城乡调查失业率5.6%。继续实施积极的财政政策和稳健的货币政策，努力保持合理的经济增长，保持物价和就业总体稳定。我们有一个工作的重点，就是要着力扩大国内需求，推动产业链、供应链循环畅通。我们欢迎更多的外资来华投资，防范化解经济金融风险。我们相信，经过努力，2023年中国经济会实现整体性的好转，经济增长速度达到正常水平是大概率的事件。我们也预计今年中国的进口会明显的增加，企业的投资会大幅度的增加，居民消费会回归常态。我们也回顾了过去10年，中国的 GDP 从54万亿元增加到121万亿元，人均寿命从74.8岁提高到去年的78.2岁，对世界经济增长的贡献，去年达到36%左右。能够取得这样的成绩，我们认为至少有5点经验。第一，必须坚持发展是第一要务，坚持以经济建设为中心，在新的形势下，要全面准确贯彻新的发展理念，坚持创新、协调、绿色、开放、共享，有力推动经济高质量发展。第二，必须坚持社会主义市场经济改革方向，充分发挥市场在资源配置中的基础性作用，同时呢，也要更好地发挥政府的作用。现在有人说中国要搞计划经济，这是根本不可能的。中国人民是不会走这条路的。我们要坚定不移深化国有企业改革，毫不动摇地支持民营经济的发展壮大。我们要保护竞争，反对垄断，保护产权，全面地弘扬企业家精神。第三，必须坚持全方位扩大对外开放。对外开放是中国的基本国策，开放是促进中国的改革发展 推动经济进步的重要动力，中国的大门只能越开越大。第四，我们必须坚持依法治国，坚定地保护产权、知识产权，努力营造市场化、法治化、国际化的营商环境。无论是政府行为还是市场行为，都必须在法治的轨道上运行。第五，必须坚持创新驱动发展，大力推动创新，发展教育，高度重视人力资本的提升，重视金融、科技、产业的三角循环，努力提高劳动生产率。女士们、先生们、朋友们，这些经验是我们从改革开始到现在一直坚持的经验。我们必须长期的坚持，毫不动摇。在这里，我也想简要介绍3个中国经济的具体问题。第一，关于防范化解金融风险，特别是房地产近来发生的风险。第二，是中国促进经济双循环的考虑。第三，关于推动共同富裕的考虑。过去5年，中国出现了一些金融风险，这是由于宏观经济下行、金融监管不严、经营主体盲目扩张、内部人控制等因素共同造成的。我们打了一场攻坚战，果断处置了一批高风险大型企业集团，处置高风险中小金融机构，处置不良资产，压缩影子银行的规模，并且应对了资本市场的异常波动。经过努力，中国的金融体系总体保持了稳健，我们守住了不发生系统性风险的底线。目前正在制定金融稳定法，为下一步化解金融风险、维护金融稳定提供法治保障。房地产在中国是重要的支柱产业，但是从2021年以来，发生了一些变化。与房地产相关的贷款占银行贷款的40%，房地产相关的收入占地方财政的收入约50%，房地产占城镇居民资产的60%，所以我们高度重视发生的这些变化，包括价格和销售急剧下降，房地产企业普遍出现了流动性不畅，资产负债表恶化，个别头部企业面临着重大的风险。我们认为，如果处理不当，很容易引发系统性的风险，所以我们果断出手，及时干预，同时注意处理好防范系统风险和道德风险的关系。具体做法是：第一，通过保护契约和产权，稳定市场的预期。我们针对涉及全国188万居民的2600个已交付付款但未交付使用的项目，从保交楼入手加以干预， 从而避免了市场的恐慌。第二，做了大量的输血，改善房地产企业的流动性，主要包括提供商业银行贷款，为房企发债提供必要的担保，促进股权融资等等。第三，放松在房地产市场过热期间采取的一些管制的举措，从而有效地扩大需求，使房地产公司具备造血的功能。通过这些努力，我们看到最近以来，中国的市场在房地产方面已经出现了明显的变化。从未来来看，中国仍处于城市化较快的发展阶段，巨大的需求潜力将为房地产行业健康发展提供有力的支撑。当前，中国正在构建以国内大循环为主体、国内国际双循环互相促进的新发展格局。国内循环的重点是扩大内需、完善产业体系，努力形成以消费拉动为主的增长模式，从而推动经济实现再平衡。关于这个逻辑呢，就是从2008年国际金融发生危机以后，整个国际社会形成的共识。中国要加快再平衡，美国也要再平衡，整个世界经济都要再平衡。顺畅的国内循环特别需要加强国内分工和合作，扩大对外贸易和利用外资。我们说的新发展格局是开放的国内国际双循环。中国的基本国情决定了必须对外开放，必须不断地提高开放的质量和水平。我们坚决反对单边主义，反对保护主义。我们也希望全面地加强国际合作，希望共同维护世界经济稳定发展，推动经济实现再全球化。中国已经全面建成小康社会，实现共同富裕是我们提出的长期的社会的发展目标。这是一项实现长治久安的历史性任务，但是呢，它是长期的，需要一步一步地加以实现，不可能一蹴而就。我们讲的共同富裕，强调的是避免两极分化，最终还是要靠共同发展，靠全社会每个成员的艰苦奋斗和劳动致富。我们绝不搞平均主义和福利主义。随着中国发展，全民富裕程度不断提高，但是在任何情况下，人们的收入水平都会存在差距。也就是说，我们强调机会的平等，而不可能完全做到结果的平等。在推动共同富裕的历史过程中，我们认为，包括外商在内的企业家将发挥非常关键的发动机的作用，因为他们是社会财富创造的关键要素。如果没有财富的积累，共同富裕就会成为无源之水、无本之木。女士们、先生们、朋友们， 在分裂的世界中加强合作，这个主题具有鲜明的现实针对性。习近平主席指出，当前世界之变、时代之变、历史之变正在以前所未有的方式展开，世界又一次站在历史的十字路口，何去何从，取决于各国人民的选择。关于如何加强世界的合作问题，我想提出3点观察。第一呢，需要坚持正确的原则，维护有效的国际经济秩序。面对新的形势，传统的思维方式无法提供出路，需要放弃冷战思维，从物质二向性的角度认识事物的本质，着眼于建立人类命运共同体，携手应对全球性挑战。我们始终认为，合理的国际经济秩序必须共同维护。关于国际分工，关于鼓励竞争、反对垄断，关于保护产权和知识产权，关于弘扬企业家精神，关于促进要素自由流动、坚持公平分配，关于完善宏观经济管理、完善社会安全网等经济原理并没有改变。政府应该在重大问题上发挥作用。面对暂时出现的阻力和倒退，我们应当勇于坚持真理，尊重规律，用朴实的办法解决复杂的问题。第二，加强国际宏观经济政策协调，平衡好治理通胀和促进经济增长的关系。目前，一些国家采取了应对通胀的思路，也就是说，通胀、加息、衰退、复苏。需要注意的是，本轮通胀是复合性的通胀，成因比较复杂，所以我们认为，除了需求侧的管理，需要重视供需两端共同发力，同步修复产业链、供应链。我们应当高度重视能源安全、粮食安全，共同推动国际合作，共同维护世界和平，合理应对共同的挑战。我们也呼吁大国在加息的同时，应当高度重视对新兴市场国家可能产生的外溢影响，防止加重债务和金融风险。我们也同意和各个方面一道，推动解决一些发展中国家面临的债务难题。第三，积极应对全球气候变化。世界上多数国家都已经认识到气候变化极端的重要性和紧迫性。我们现在需要采取共同行动。新冠病毒流行以后，我们开始思考气候变化和公共卫生危机是否存在一些关联。在这个问题上，我们也需要开展有效的国际合作。中国将坚守对国际社会作出的承诺，积极推动气候变化领域的各项国际合作，共同有效地应对气变带来的诸多的严峻的挑战。 在分裂的世界中加强合作，是我们面临的尖锐问题。我们应当坦诚地面对分裂的状态，深入分析造成这种现象的原因，提倡正和博弈，找到有可能扩大合作的共同点，探索扩大合作的有效机制，坚定地维护世界和平。我非常感谢这次论坛为我们提供了这样一个机会，我由衷祝愿本次论坛圆满成功，为推进分裂的世界中的国际和平和国际合作，我们愿意做出贡献。谢谢大家的倾听，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Vice Premier. We have time also for 2 questions. And I would like to follow up what you mentioned at the end and come back to China's carbon neutrality goal. China has announced its goal to be carbon neutral by 2060 and to make in such a way a strong contribution to the achievement of the Paris objectives. But what are the practical decisive steps that must be taken? And you mentioned already, what role does global collaboration play? Could you elaborate a little bit further, please?
非常感谢施瓦布主席提出的问题。Thank you so much for your questions. So may I answer in Chinese instead of English? 关于3060这个目标，是中国政府向国际社会做出的非常庄严的承诺。我们一定会认真的努力实现这个目标。从目前的情况来看呢，主要做法包括几个方面。第一呢，我们在努力的调整能源结构，我们将大力的发展可再生的新能源，提高它的比重。同时呢，我们将着力改造和传统能源，提高传统能源的效率。在这里呢，可能碳捕捉技术以及储能技术十分关键。与此同时，从中国的国情出发，我们也要发展清洁的、安全的核能。这个是我们采取的第一个方面的举措。那么第二呢，我们将抓住重点，努力呢这个减少排放。从整个中国来看，有些行业呢，如果能抓住，我们将降低排放的80%，特别是发电、交通、建材、钢铁，以及呢这个居民的绿色消费行为，还有呢要对传统的制造业进行绿色的改造。第三点呢，我们认为制度性的安排非常重要。中国政府已经制定了1+N 的政策体系。那么现在呢，我们在推动碳交易市场的建设，在推动绿色金融的发展。这个与此同时呢，在政府的公共投资、在税收制度的安排等各个方面，我们都会做出努力。第四点呢，就像您刚才问的，我们必须全力的开展 国际合作。在这方面呢，我们和美国有直接的国际合作，包括在 UN 的框架下，在 APEC 框架下，在 G20框架下，我们建立了一系列合作机制。我们和欧盟已经开展诸多的国际合作，包括在有些城市和工业园区进行试点，在技术领域进行合作，我们也会继续推动的。我们和大量的新兴市场国家、发展中国家也在进行合作。比如说，在“一带一路”，我们停止了所有的境外的煤炭发电的项目，我们也愿意对发展中国家提供呢融资的帮助。在这个问题上呢，我想再向您报告一点，就是关于中国式的现代化问题。因为这个碳中和是我们的国际义务，同时呢，也是中国的一个发展的内生性的要求。也就是说呢，不是别人要我们做，而是中国必须做。中国人多地少，这个初级产品供应需要国际交换，但是呢，又有大量的庞大的制造业，而且工业化、这个城镇化在推动的过程中，所以在这种情况下，我们必须全面的改变发展方式，全面的推进一个绿色的这个发展模式。我也注意到，这个斯恩先生也在，我也非常欣赏前一段他和朱明先生和 Stiglitz 先生一块儿提的这种绿色的范式转化，我认为非常重要。总而言之呢，在中国这个推动碳排放、碳中和，对中国的生存发展是至关重要的。我们也提倡山水林田湖草沙一体化治理，提倡呢绿水青山就是金山银山，提倡呢中国的居民、中国的生产者必须全面的绿色转型。我想呢，我先简要的回答这个问题，如果有任何新的问题，我也愿意回答。谢谢你啊。
Vice Premier, in this context, we appreciate very much China's commitment to plant, in the framework also of our 1 trillion trees project, to plant, I think, 65 billion trees in the coming years.
Yes, exactly.
Now, I have a question which certainly everybody is keenly interested, Vice Premier. Because there have been so many different reports about the COVID situation in China, creating concerns about the health situation, of course, the impact on economic growth potential, and of course the resilience and reliance on supply chains. Could you enlighten us what the situation is and what can we expect of the final, if I may say so, normalization of the situation?
Thank you so much for your question. If I may, I still want to answer it in Chinese. As you mentioned, OK， 就是像您所说的，我们从这个全面的动态清零的防疫政策，转向了治疗重症的防疫政策。这个调整呢是去年12月8号开始的，今年1月8号开始实行乙类乙管，也就是说呢全面的放开。从目前的情况来看呢，我想向诸位报告啊，有几个特点。第一呢，就是转型总体平稳顺利，就是经过了一段高的感染， 现在呢，就是大部分社会成员已经恢复了正常的状态，就是达峰的时间和恢复正常的时间是比较快的，从某种意义上超出了我们的预期。第二点呢，就是最近以来啊，就是生产生活全面恢复正常，餐饮业、旅游业以及各类消费都开始恢复正常。我在中国呢，同样负责交通运输业，我去考察，结果得到的数字呢，我非常吃惊，就是今年春节期间将有50亿人次的游客要探亲访友，这个数字呢是非常大的。所以我说的意思是呢，就是已经全面的恢复了正常。我刚才介绍的呢，中国今年经济的情况啊，也是考虑了这个因素。第三点呢，目前的重点难点仍然在老年人，具有基础病的患者，包括心脏病啊、高血压呀、糖尿病啊，以及各类病症的老年患者。目前呢，我们正在努力地加以应对。从整体情况来看，医院、病床、医生、护士、各种药品供应呢是完全可以保障的。最后一点呢，就是关于外国朋友到中国去的问题。我们现在的政策是呢，只要到中国提供48小时的这个测试证明，就可以自由的出入，而且没有 quarantine， 就是不需要任何这个其他的东西。所以呢，我们非常欢迎啊，广大国际的朋友到中国去，我们一定会提供呢最好的服务。当然，现在呢，在个别的问题上，我们需要一个过渡的时间，但是总体上呢，已经没有问题了。我昨天呢碰到很多老朋友，大家都说到3月份要去中国参加高层论坛，发展高层论坛，4月份去博鳌。我相信呢，你们会看到一切呢都已经恢复到常态化的水平。我感谢您提出这个问题，谢谢您啊。
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Premier. We highly appreciate that you came here to Davos actually just before the Spring Festival starts. You came here with important delegation. Thank you for sharing with us the latest policies of the Chinese government of China. And I think on behalf of all of us, I want to wish you a good year of the rabbit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sim, ministro, por favor.
Tudo bem?
Boa tarde, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us in this very special session on the Brazilian New Roadmap. It's my great pleasure to welcome Minister Fernando Haddad and Minister Marina Silva, particularly because they've only been not even 2 weeks into their jobs. So we really, really appreciate that you're joining us here in Davos, and we wish you much success in your efforts in Brazil. As you know, President Lula's third mandate has been confronted with a completely different context, both internationally and locally, from compounded crisis globally to domestic challenges, and also a polarized country. Facing the new Brazilian government are significant challenges, but also I would like to highlight the plenty and great opportunities that can also be found in Brazil. In resources. And I think it's really important to have that focalized approach and have all the support, not only from other leaders in the government or in other political parties, but also from business. And what has been that reaction that you have perceived from investors and from business leaders to your plans?
Olha, eu creio que a reação foi muito boa. Até hoje mesmo eu li alguns artigos na imprensa brasileira sobre o tema. Li também na imprensa internacional uma reportagem do Financial Times sobre as medidas tomadas. Eu penso assim, as medidas que foram tomadas, elas visam um objetivo, na minha opinião, altamente compreensível e fácil de atingir. Agora, o governo Lula, como você falou, tem ambições para além das medidas que foram anunciadas a semana passada. Mas eu penso assim, já há, assim, na economia, nós estamos com problemas tópicos, né? Agora mesmo uma grande rede de varejo está passando por um problema grave no Brasil. Mas, assim, eu acho que o chamado mercado já entendeu o que significa o governo Lula. Estabilidade, previsibilidade, né? Um plano de desenvolvimento de médio e longo prazo, um compromisso social. Eu penso que a autoridade do presidente, a sua reputação construída ao longo dos seus 2 governos, dá a ele condições de fazer o país prosperar.
Yes, Minister, and we have seen how the world has embraced President Lula. We observed many dignitaries that accompanied the inauguration, but we were also very impressed to see how welcome his environmental plans were during the meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh during COP27, where you were also, Minister Marina, a participant. Can you also share with our audience what are your priorities? There have been some very important announcements already made, beginning with your title. You're no longer the Minister of Environment, you're the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. But there's been other announcements that are very relevant that we would be very grateful if you could share with us, but also some of your priorities moving forward.
De fato, o presidente Lula foi recebido na COP27 de uma forma muito calorosa e as pessoas diziam para ele, né, já há algum tempo, de que havia uma saudade do Brasil nos espaços multilaterais. E era uma saudade do protagonismo que o Brasil sempre teve na agenda ambiental global, tanto no que concerne a questão do combate à desertificação, do avanço na proteção da biodiversidade, das grandes contribuições que fomos capazes de dar nos processos de negociação e de ganhos na agenda do clima, sendo o Brasil o primeiro país em desenvolvimento a assumir metas de redução de CO2 no âmbito da Convenção. Temos aqui a honra de ter entre nós um membro do IPCC, que nos ajudou muito, o professor Carlos Nobre. Mas, infelizmente, esse protagonismo foi perdido nos últimos 4 anos e colocando o Brasil numa situação muito difícil do ponto de vista da agenda ambiental, da agenda de direitos humanos e de enfrentamento das desigualdades sociais. O Brasil havia saído do mapa da fome e voltou para o mapa da fome. O Brasil tinha um ciclo virtuoso na questão do caminho da redução do desmatamento e hoje nós estamos com recorde de desmatamento, com a agenda ambiental totalmente desmontada. Então, democracia, um governo que vai enfrentar o problema das desigualdades sociais, porque temos 33 milhões de brasileiros que passam fome, mas que vai trabalhar para criar um novo ciclo de prosperidade, infraestrutura para o desenvolvimento sustentável, o grande potencial que temos, inclusive, de por termos uma matriz energética limpa, produzirmos o hidrogênio verde, que será fundamental para economias e países que vivem o problema da insegurança energética, principalmente no contexto da guerra Brasil, da Rússia com a Ucrânia. Então, são oportunidades que nós consideramos altamente promissoras, mas sem olvidar o desafio de que precisamos estabilizar a democracia, voltar a crescer, e o que o ministro Haddad disse é muito promissor, não é? Inclusive, é melhor a gente anunciar menos e fazer mais do que a gente anunciar muito e depois ser frustrado. Mas, no caso das metas nossas de desmatamento, já voltamos com o Fundo Amazônia, já voltamos com o plano de combate ao desmatamento e já estamos recompondo os orçamentos e as equipes do Ministério. O próprio ministro Haddad nos ajudou na transição a agregar mais 500 milhões para o Ministério do Meio Ambiente e a fazermos com que os fundos de doação não sejam colocados no teto de gasto. Isso já é uma vantagem muito promissora. O Brasil tem compromissos ambiciosos em relação a ser um país que quer ser economicamente próspero, socialmente justo, politicamente democrático, culturalmente diverso e ambientalmente sustentável.
Thank you so much, Minister Marina. It's very encouraging to hear you. It provides hope to all of us that believe in inclusive and sustainable growth. My next question was going to be how the two ministers were going to articulate your plans, but you've already answered that question, and I think your dynamics makes it also very obvious. So let me just very quickly ask you, President Lula announced Belém do Pará as the city that will, as a candidate city to host COP30. What are your ambitions towards COP30?
Acho que quando o presidente Lula candidatou o Brasil para sediarmos a COP30 na Amazônia, em Belém, era ali uma demonstração de que nós temos enunciados que são grandiosos, mas que nós queremos que eles se materializem na prática. Quando nós dizemos que queremos enfrentar o grave problema do desmatamento, e não só em relação aos povos indígenas, que vivem uma situação muito grave de exploração de garimpo ilegal nas reservas indígenas, ter a COP do clima no Brasil é exatamente para dar um sinal de que nós queremos alcançar esses objetivos e de que queremos que ela aconteça num ambiente não mais dos enunciados, pura e simplesmente, mas dos resultados. Não é? O Brasil sempre liderou pelo exemplo no combate à pobreza, liderou pelo exemplo no combate a desmatamento, a redução de emissão de CO2, tem buscado fazer um caminho inovador de desenvolvimento econômico. Hoje, em parceria com os governos dos estados da Amazônia, estamos investindo muito fortemente em investimentos para colocar de pé a bioeconomia, e ter uma COP do clima na Amazônia é uma demonstração, em primeiro lugar, do nosso compromisso, do nosso continente, do nosso país com a proteção desse bioma tão importante para o mundo, mas particularmente para dizer que a responsabilidade de preservá-la não é só nossa, não é? Precisamos de parceria, precisamos de cooperação tecnológica, mas precisamos, sobretudo, de que o mundo também faça a sua parte, porque nós podemos reduzir o desmatamento da Amazônia a zero e se o mundo continuar emitindo CO2, usando combustível fóssil, a Amazônia será destruída igualmente. É para mostrar que cada um temos responsabilidades comuns, porém diferenciadas, com a proteção dessas imensas riquezas naturais que temos.
Thank you, Minister. And when I visited you in Brasilia, we spoke also about livelihoods, about making sure that those people that live in the Amazon, in the forest, but also in the urban areas, are assured with dignified livelihoods. I think that is also a very important part of the whole program, as it is what you mentioned with regard to technology, so that productivity can continue in a more intense way, but not in an expanded way. So we really wish you also a lot of success on your road to achieving those very important objectives, not only for Brazil, but also for the rest of the world. And Brazil will also chair the G20 in 2024, and that will be part of your international portfolio, Minister Haddad. What are your plans, what are your ambitions and vision for the Brazil presidency of the G20 in 2024?
Bom, nós vamos ter Antes de mais nada, eu queria dizer que a Marina, nos 2 primeiros governos do presidente Lula, teve o apoio entusiasmado do ministro da Educação à época. E agora ela tem o apoio do ministro da Fazenda, o que significa que o patamar da Marina mudou completamente. Mas eu entendo assim, agora em fevereiro nós vamos ter Em fevereiro não, né? Em fevereiro é a viagem do presidente Lula para os Estados Unidos. Acho que a reunião do G20 é em abril, né? Se eu não estou enganado.
Sim.
E nós estamos começando a preparar a agenda internacional do presidente Lula, não só nesse fórum, mas em outros, porque o Brasil também vai presidir outros fóruns importantes, né? Nós vamos assumir o BRICS, vamos assumir o Mercosul. Então, é um alinhamento de astros aí que coloca o Brasil com uma responsabilidade muito grande. Felizmente, com um diplomata nato, que é o presidente Lula, né? É uma pessoa de alta diplomacia, que consegue conversar com todo mundo com a mesma naturalidade, consegue falar no mesmo dia com pessoas que pensam muito diferente e consegue fazer pessoas antagônicas chegarem a acordos, inclusive. Então, eu creio que nós estamos num momento que nós temos que aproveitar a liderança do presidente Lula para colocar na agenda internacional, de uma forma mais decisiva, alguns pontos que são caros a ele, né? Enquanto um personagem que está há 50 anos na vida pública e que teve muitas oportunidades de defender teses consagradas. Eu ouço o presidente Lula, eu participei de quase todas as reuniões bilaterais que ele teve no Egito e pelo menos metade das reuniões bilaterais que ele teve na transição, depois da eleição, eu também tive a oportunidade de acompanhar. Algumas obsessões do presidente Lula. A questão da paz. Voltar a falar muito de paz, né? Ele acha que o compromisso dos chefes de Estado com a paz deveria ser mais claro, mais resoluto e mais consequente. Se o mundo quer paz, ele tem que trabalhar por ela e não apenas desejar a paz, né? Segundo ponto, a questão da desigualdade, a volta da fome, a volta da miséria em muitos lugares do mundo e toda a experiência acumulada no mundo, particularmente no Brasil, de acabar com a fome muito rapidamente, né? Não custa lembrar que com 0,5% do PIB nós conseguimos fazer um dos maiores programas de transferência de renda do planeta com foco no combate à fome, né? A questão ambiental, eu vejo que o presidente Lula mudou de degrau. Sempre teve compromisso com a causa, mas eu acho que a percepção dele da urgência, ela ganhou uma força, ganhou um momento muito importante. E o fato da Marina ter sido reconduzida para o Ministério do Meio Ambiente, o Ministério do Meio Ambiente reforçado, inclusive, do ponto de vista das suas ambições, eu penso que são 3 temas muito caros ao presidente. E a questão democrática. Né? Você sabe que o mundo, infelizmente, não está vivendo uma quadra confortável do ponto de vista político. E o presidente tem dito, né, até pela disseminação de fake news, pelo descontrole das informações falsas, né, pela falta de compromisso até de grandes corporações com a questão política, né, das liberdades civis, das liberdades políticas. Eu penso que essas 4 questões estão no alto das prioridades do presidente Lula e eu penso que é o que ele vai levar para o G20, com todas as implicações econômicas que isso acaba tendo. Né? Você não consegue ter uma agenda socioambiental sem pensar a nova economia. Né? Para falar, você não consegue ter uma agenda de paz e democracia sem falar de relações internacionais. Então, é um pacote é uma visão, na verdade, de mundo que eu penso que ele tem muita autoridade para defender, pelo seu histórico junto à mesa de negociação nos grandes fóruns internacionais.
Thank you, Minister. Indeed, well, the international context has changed. There are urgent matters that are now even more pressing than years before. And you mentioned the work with multinational companies and with the private sector. It's very important to bring all actors together into a vision for the long term of Brazil. And we have many representatives here from businesses and also from civil society. How are you planning to engage business leaders and civil society leaders into this vision for Brazil?
Olha, infelizmente você tem ainda um mundo em que uma parte das corporações apenas firmam compromissos absolutos com esse paradigma, né, a que eu apresentei há pouco. E nós temos que convencer as grandes corporações, né, na medida do que o sistema permite, porque nós sabemos que é um sistema limitado, né, mas a assumir determinados compromissos públicos e com consequências práticas, né? E não só nessas áreas que eu citei, mas em muitas outras em que algumas empresas demonstram compromisso com o meio ambiente, compromisso com igualdade de gênero, compromisso com combate ao racismo, compromisso com sustentabilidade, compromisso com nova matriz energética, compromisso em não adquirir produtos de países que não respeitam os direitos humanos, que não respeitam o meio ambiente. Ou seja, é possível engajar CEOs, líderes, não só chefes de Estado, chefes de governo, mas as grandes corporações numa agenda civilizatória, numa agenda que respeita os povos originários, que respeita a diversidade racial, que respeita a diversidade de gênero. Enfim, eu acho que é uma agenda que, até como consumidores, nós temos condição de pressionar. No Brasil, em função do engajamento de algumas empresas com o governo extremista que foi derrotado, muita gente deixou de consumir os produtos dessas empresas no Brasil. Eu sou um que não consumo sem prestar atenção de quem que eu estou adquirindo o produto. Eu não compro nem um palito de fósforo de uma empresa que não tenha compromissos com essas questões, né? Sobretudo com a questão da minha, da sua e da liberdade dela. Né? Como é que nós podemos compactuar com empresas que não manifestam claramente o que pensam sobre essas questões?
The World Economic Forum has developed a system of metrics called the stakeholder metrics. And it's a very simplified way for corporations to measure their work and their commitments with environmental matters, with social matters, and matters of governance, as famosas ESG. And I think this could be a very important way also to make sure that we can offer you some support working together, bringing the private sector and civil society. We would be delighted to work with you, Minister, in your endeavors and in your road to chairing G20. I would like to ask for a very final question, and that is, if you could please share with us any insights, any previews of what your next plans for the Brazilian economy will be.
Não, a nossa agenda está mais ou menos pública, né? Nós tomamos algumas medidas, né? Antes mesmo de tomar posse. Você sabe que nós tivemos que aprovar uma emenda constitucional para dar suporte aos ministérios criados, né, recriados, e que estavam sem orçamento para enfrentar a questão do desmatamento, para enfrentar a questão da desigualdade e assim por diante. Estamos tomando agora algumas medidas de reoneração de setores que foram irresponsavelmente favorecidos com fins eleitorais do ano passado. Agora, nós temos uma agenda de crédito, né? Melhorar o sistema de garantias no Brasil, tirar as famílias a gente chama lá de Serasa, né? Que é um órgão que negativa os devedores. As pessoas estão devendo e não estão podendo pagar, ficam à parte do sistema de crédito. Nós vamos criar agora um modelo, vai retirar essas pessoas da negativação e poderem voltar ao mercado de consumo. Temos uma política de valorização do salário mínimo, né? O salário mínimo aumentar um pouquinho acima da inflação para que as famílias de mais baixa renda possam voltar a consumir. Temos uma agenda regulatória que vai melhorar o ambiente de investimento no Brasil, sobretudo com parcerias público-privadas e concessões, mas também com orçamento público em algumas obras que não têm rentabilidade privada, mas têm externalidade pública muito importante, né? Então, tem uma agenda, a reforma tributária que nós queremos votar no primeiro semestre. E essa reforma tributária que vai ser votada é sobre o imposto sobre o consumo. Mas no segundo semestre, nós queremos votar uma reforma tributária sobre a renda, para desonerar as camadas mais pobres do imposto e para onerar quem hoje não paga imposto. Tem muita gente no Brasil hoje que não paga imposto, né? Então, nós precisamos reequilibrar o sistema tributário brasileiro para melhorar a distribuição de renda no Brasil. Enfim, para não falar de tudo que já está acontecendo no âmbito do Ministério da Marina, do nosso vice-presidente, que assumiu o Ministério do Desenvolvimento e está com uma agenda de reindustrialização voltada para a sustentabilidade ambiental, integração regional. Nós vamos apostar muito na integração. Nós temos presidentes progressistas em quase todos os países sul-americanos. Chile, Colômbia, Brasil, Argentina. Temos um grupo de presidentes que estão com mais vontade de integrar suas economias do que no passado. Até porque não tem mais o boom de commodities do começo do século, vão ter que fazer diferente agora. E, já que não temos o boom de commodities, vamos fazer um boom de integração para favorecer o comércio, as transações financeiras, o sistema de crédito, integrar isso tudo para a nossa região, chamar a atenção do mundo e atrair investimentos. Enfim, é uma agenda longa, mas muito bem delineada no plano de governo do presidente Lula.
Thank you so much, Minister. It's been so illustrating for all of us to have directly from you and from Minister Marina Silva your plans, your priorities, your ambitions. And since now I would like to extend an invitation to both of you, to other ministers from Brazil, and for President Lula to join us next year here in January. And I'm sure you will be able to share not only your vision, but also your already accomplishments a year from now. So thank you very much, and thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you.
put the Revolutionary Guards in the terrorist list.
Nazanin, what do you want from the international community? You're an Iranian. I mean, you have the right to ask.
I'm going to say exactly what Masih said, which is there's a lot. Because for 4 months now, both of us have been trying to engage with world leaders. Masih has met with President Macron. I've met with the US officials. And I think this meeting with dissidents is extremely important, symbolically, because I think, and I want to applaud the World Economic Forum for giving this platform to us, which is quite unprecedented. But these things matter because our voices inside Iran would be targeted, persecuted, and shut down. So please, the world has to amplify and give voice to the voices inside Iran. And the only way that's going to happen is we are in touch with them. We're in touch with dissidents on the ground. So allow us to convey what they're saying. And please make sure it's a public acknowledgement of meeting with opposition figures.
It took international media a while to cover what's happening in Iran. I remember meeting one of the inspirational Iranian ladies in Los Angeles, and she was lobbying for the international media to cover what's happening on the ground. Tirana, violence works. Those regimes are powerful. They have the means. So how long do you think this is going to last? We've seen other uprisings fail in Iran.
Well, I mean...
And will it get uglier?
I mean, we know that this regime is capable of brutality, absolute brutality. They have been doing it over the last 4 months. They've been doing it for decades. So, we do have to be conscious that they will meet the resistance with increasing violence. They're already prepared to shoot protesters in the street. They've talked about the use of pellet guns. I mean, just to give people a sense of what these pellet guns do, it's called non-lethal weaponry. But these tiny pellets lodge...
Değerli basın mensupları, değerli kardeşim, İran İslam Cumhuriyeti Dışişleri Bakanı Hüseyin Emir Abdullahian'ı ülkemizde misafir etmekten büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyorum. Kendilerini Haziran'da da misafir etmiştik ve geçen süre zarfında İran'la Türkiye arasında düzenli temaslarımız oldu. Ve yüz yüze New York'ta da bir görüşme gerçekleştirmiştik. Sık sık telefonda da görüşüyoruz. Gerek ikili meseleleri, gerekse bölgesel konuları değerlendiriyoruz. Geçen yıl bildiğiniz gibi İran'da, Tahran'da Cumhurbaşkanlarımızın başkanlığında 7. Yüksek Düzeyli İşbirliği Konseyi toplantısını gerçekleştirmiştik. Meclis başkanlarımız geçen hafta Antalya'da bir araya geldiler. Sadece ikili görüşme değil, Türkiye, Azerbaycan, İran üçlü meclis başkanları toplantısını da gerçekleştirdiler bu vesileyle. İran yaklaşık 4 asırdır değişmeyen, ortak sınırı paylaştığımız kadim komşumuz ve kardeş ülke. Kardeşim Hüseyin'le görüşmemizde ticari ilişkilerden enerjiye, terörle mücadeleden bölgesel gelişmelere kadar çok önemli konuları değerlendirdik. Ve İran Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Reisi'nin ülkemize öngörülen ziyareti, ertelenen ziyareti gerçekleştirmek için bugün Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızdan da talimat aldık ve birlikte bu ziyaretin gerçekleşmesi için çalışacağız, hazırlıklarımızı yapacağız. Bugün gerek baş başa, gerek biraz önce heyetlerimizle yaptığımız görüşmelerde ve Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın kabulünde İkili ilişkilerimizin tüm boyutlarını değerlendirdik. İkili ticaret hacmimizde pandemi sonrasında bir artış var ama 30 milyar dolar hedefinin gerisindeyiz. Bu doğrultuda hangi adımlar atacağız? Bunları değerlendirdik ve İran tarafının da bazı önerileri oldu. Bunlar üzerinde de, bu öneriler üzerinde de birlikte çalışacağız. Tabii 29. Karma Ekonomi Komisyonu'nun toplantısının da bir an önce gerçekleştirilmesi gerekiyor. Tercihli ticaret anlaşmasının tam uygulanması ve kapsamının genişletilmesi gerekiyor. Bugün İran tarafının da önerilerinden bir tanesi buydu. Yine karşılıklı yatırımların artması konusunda da hemfikiriz ve birlikte çalışacağız. İran'da 200'e yakın firmamız var. Yatırım yapıyorlar ve bazı sorunlarla da karşılaşıyorlar. Biz bu sorunların aşılması konusunda da her zaman işbirliği yapıyoruz. Doğrudan temaslarımız var ve bu konularda ele aldık. Tabii İran'dan doğalgaz tedarikimizin artması için de çalışmalarımız vardı. Fakat geçen sene ve bu sene kış aylarında bir kesinti oldu, azalma oldu. Yani 30 milyar metreküpten 6 milyar metreküp kapasiteye düştük. Yani sonucu itibariyle eğer teknik arıza varsa bunların giderilmesi için biz de katkı sağlamaya hazırız. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız da bu kesintilerin sonlandırılması talebini, ricasını da Sayın Reisi'ye iletmesini istedi sevgili kardeşimden. Diğer taraftan tabii İran'da üretim kapasitesinin arttırılması için ne yapabileceğimizi de bugün görüştük ve İran tarafının bu doğrultudaki önerilerini de değerlendireceğiz, birlikte çalışacağız. Turizm konusunda da pandemi önceki döneme döndük. Yani sayı bakımından 2,2 milyon civarında İranlı turist geldi. Hatta o rakamları da aşmış görünüyoruz. Hava yollarımız karşılıklı olarak haftada 200 sefer gerçekleştiriyor. Bu ticaretimizin de ve turist sayısının da artmasına destek oluyor. Tabii ikili ilişkilerde konsolosluk konuları da önemli. Geçen hafta Bakan Yardımcımız Ekrem Bey konsolosluk istişareleri için Tahran'daydı. Yine Genel Müdürümüz ve çalışma arkadaşlarımızla beraber muhataplarıyla güzel, faydalı görüşmeler gerçekleştirdiler. Tutuklu vatandaşlarımızın durumunu aynı şekilde değerlendirdiler. Yine temsilciliklerimizin sorunları, ulaştırma ve üniversitelerin denklik meselesini de arkadaşlarımız değerlendirdi. Ve birçok konuda mutabık kaldılar. İki Dışişleri Bakanlığı olarak biz de bu arkadaşlarımızın aldığı kararların bir an önce hayata geçmesi için güçlü bir siyasi destek veriyoruz. Yine orada da bu konular, yani bu görüşmelerde kapsamlı bir şekilde ele alındı. İlgili kurumlarımız, yani farklı kurumlarımızın farklı konuları var. ve bazı sorunlar da olabiliyor ya da iletişim kopukluğu oluyor. Şu kararı aldık. Bundan sonra herhangi bir mesele olduğu zaman ilgili kurumlardan arkadaşlarımız bir araya gelecek ve konuyu mutabakata bağlayarak gerekli adımları atacağız. Tabii terörle mücadele iki ülke için de önemlidir. Hem Türkiye hem İran terörden çekmiş iki ülkedir. Dolayısıyla ortak gündemlerimizden bir tanesi de terörle mücadeleydi. PKK tehdidinin ortadan kaldırılması konusunda tabii biz gerekli Türkiye olarak tedbirleri alıyoruz. İçeride ve dışarıda atılması gereken adımları atıyoruz. Maalesef İran tarafında da PKK'nın bir mevcudiyeti var. Bu konuda İçişleri Bakanlığımız, güvenlik birimlerimiz, istihbaratımız geçmişte de gerekli bilgileri paylaştılar. Daha önce ben Hüseyin kardeşimle de bunları paylaştık. Gerek Irak'ta, gerek Suriye'de, gerekse İran'da, gerekse Türkiye'de, yani bizim Kürtlerle teröristleri ayırt edip, teröristlerle mücadele edip Kürt kardeşlerimize de sahip çıkmamız gerekiyor. Dolayısıyla Suriye bağlamında da bu konuları değerlendirdik. Biraz sonra Suriye konusuna tekrar geleceğim. Yine görüşmelerimizde bölgesel ve uluslararası konuları da ele aldık. Kafkasya'da 3+3 ve Türkiye, Azerbaycan, İran üçlü toplantısının gerçekleştirilmesi. Kafkasların istikrarı hepimiz için önemli. Ve Kafkaslar'da gerçekleştirilecek altyapı projelerin de herkes için yararlı olduğunu da bir kere daha teyit ettik. Diğer taraftan özellikle İran'a yönelik yaptırımların doğru olmadığını biz her zaman vurguluyoruz ve bu yaptırımların bir faydasının da olmayacağını buradan söylemek isterim. Yine Irak'ı değerlendirdik. Ukrayna'daki savaş konusunda görüş alışverişinde bulunduk ve yaptığımız çalışmalar hakkında kardeşim Hüseyin'e de bugün bilgi verdik. Yine birçok konuda Afganistan konusunu, eğitim yasağı konusunu da değerlendirdik. Bu konuda da hemfikiriz. Filistin konusunda hemfikiriz. Dolayısıyla bölgesel konularda da komşu ve kardeş İran'la aynı fikirde olmak bizim için önemli. Diğer taraftan tabii bu nükleer anlaşma konusu uzun zamandır gündemde. Geçen sene çok yakınlaştık deniyordu. Fakat bu anlaşma gerçekleşmedi bir türlü. Biz bu anlaşmanın bir an önce müzakere edilerek imzalanmasını arzu ediyoruz. Bu hepimiz için önemli. Özellikle de bölgeye büyük bir ekonomik katkısı olacak. İşte İran'dan biz petrol ithal ediyorduk ve bu yaptırımlar yüzünden şirketlerimiz, tabii biliyorsunuz rafineleri biz özelleştirdik. Şirketlerimiz bu yaptırımlar sebebiyle İran'dan petrol alamıyorlar. İstisna belli bir süre için tanınmıştı. İstisna tanınması için de çabalarımızı sürdüreceğiz. Tabii Suriye konusunu da geniş bir şekilde değerlendirdik. Suriye'nin sınır bütünlüğü, toprak bütünlüğü konusunda her zaman Astana formatında da ve diğer uluslararası toplantılarda, ikili düzeydeki toplantılarımızda da bizim önceliğimizdir ve gerek İran gerek Türkiye olarak Suriye'nin sınır ve toprak bütünlüğünü ve siyasi birliğini güçlü bir şekilde destekliyoruz. Ama 11 yıldır devam eden, hatta daha fazla bir süredir devam eden bir savaş var. Çok kan aktı, zulümler var ve sefaletler var. Çok sayıda yerinden edilmiş insanlar var. Ve bu doğrultuda özellikle Astana formatı çerçevesinde de önemli adımlar da attık aslında. Esir takasları gibi, işte Anayasa Komisyonu'nun kurulması, ama artık sonuç odaklı adımların atılması lazım. Kalıcı bir istikrar ve barış için. Ve bu doğrultuda rejimle de bir angajman süreci başladı biliyorsunuz. Ve istihbarat düzeyinde, istihbarat kurumları düzeyinde görüşmelerden sonra Moskova'da Rusya'nın kolaylaştırıcılığı ve ev sahipliğinde üçlü bir toplantı gerçekleştirildi. Savunma Bakanları ve istihbarat da katıldı. Dolayısıyla MİT Başkanımız da oradaydı. Şimdi önümüzdeki süreçte Dışişleri Bakanları düzeyinde bir toplantı yapılması da planlanıyor. Ve bu süreçte biz bu toplantılar yapıldıktan sonra İran'ı da bilgilendirdik. Hem öncesi hem sonrası. Rusya da bilgilendirdi, Türkiye olarak biz de bilgilendirdik. Çünkü Astana formatında üçlü bir şekilde devam ediyoruz. Bugünkü görüşmelerimizde İran'ın da bu sürece katkısının çok önemli olduğunu vurguladık. Bizzat Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız vurguladı. Ve önümüzdeki süreçte bu atılacak adımlar ve adımların netice getirmesi konusunda İran'la da yakın işbirliği içinde çalışacağız. Ve burada siyasi süreç, terörle mücadele, Suriyelilerin geri dönmesi, gönüllü ve güvenli bir şekilde dönmesi ve dönen insanlara da gerekli desteklerin verilmesi gibi önemli konular var. Ve tabii Astana formatında da İran'la yakın işbirliğimiz devam edecek. Ve Irak'ın istikrarı için de aynı şekilde Türkiye ve İran olarak önemli katkı sağlayabileceğimizi ve Türkiye, İran, Irak üçlü mekanizmasını da canlandırmamız gerektiğini bugün toplantılarımızda dile getirdik. Ve özellikle Irak'la ilgili bölgesel sahiplenme önemli. Yani bizim Irak'la ilgili başka ülkelerin gelip de burada yönlendirmesiyle adım atmamıza gerek yok. Yani Irak'ta bir sorun varsa bu sorun bizim sorunumuz. İran'da sorun varsa bizim sorunumuz. Suriye'nin sorunu da bizim sorunumuz. Dolayısıyla batıdan oradan buradan ülkelerin gelip de böyle ahkam keserek bizleri bir araya getirme çalışması aslında bize hakarettir. Burada herhangi bir ülkeye karşı olduğumuz için değil. Yani bizim gidip batıda iki ülkeyi bir araya getirme çalışmamız ne kadar absürtse, Irak'la ilgili bir toplantıda da başka bir ülkenin gelip burada bizleri bir araya getirmeye çalışması ya da getirdim edasında bulunması doğru bir yaklaşım değil. Doğrusu biz Türkiye olarak bunları kendimize yediremiyoruz. En son Amman'da da bu yönde bir konferans oldu. İran'la da aynı düşündüğümüzü değerlendiriyorum. Tabii bizim Afganistan'da kız çocukların eğitimi konusunda ve kadınlara yönelik yasak konusunda da hemfikir olduğumuzu bugün teyit ettik. Ve bu yönde gerek Taliban'la angajmanlarımızda, gerekse İslam İşbirliği Teşkilatı kapsamında, çatısı altında çalışmalarımızı sürdüreceğiz. Yani bizim dinimiz, İslam, eğitimi yasaklamıyor, tam tersi eğitimi emrediyor. Dolayısıyla dinimize de aykırıdır, insani de değildir. Ve bu konuda İslam İşbirliği Teşkilatı'nın yaptığı açıklamaya da güçlü bir destek ve katkı verdik. Ben bu düşüncelerle bir kere daha kardeşime hoş geldin diyerek sözü kendilerine veriyoruz. Buradan hızlı bir şekilde de inşallah ABD'ye hareket edeceğiz.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم تشکر میکنم از حسن استقبال و مهمان نوازی برادرم جناب آقای چاوشوغلو. ما امروز علاوه بر این که در دو مرحله به صورت خصوصی و در جلسه‌ای با حضور یکایک همکارانم در وزارت خارجه جمهوری اسلامی ایران و وزارت امور خارجه جمهوری ترکیه گفتگوهای مهم و متنوعی رو داشتیم. بیش از 90 دقیقه با جناب آقای رئیس جمهور اردوغان در مباحث دو جانبه منطقه‌ای و بین المللی گفتگو و رایزنی کردیم. در این دور از مذاکرات موضوعات دو جانبه سیاسی، اقتصادی و فرهنگی مورد بررسی قرار گرفت. یکی از محورهای اساسی گفتگوهای ما تمرکز بر اجرای هرچه سریعتر و کاملتر برنامه جامع همکاری‌های راهبردی ایران و ترکیه بود. این برنامه در جریان سفر ماهای گذشته جناب آقای اردوغان به تهران به امضا رسید. همچنین در خصوص برنامه ریزی برای سفر آتی آقای دکتر رئیسی به ترکیه گفتگو کردیم. آقای دکتر رئیسی برنامه ای رو برای سفر به ترکیه در روزهای پایانی سال میلادی داشتند. هماهنگی های لازم از طرف همکاران ما در ترکیه به عمل آمده بود، اما به دلیل تراکم کار روزهای پایانی سال از برادرم جناب آقای چاوشاغلو درخواست کردم که این سفر با قدری تأخیر و در زمانی خارج از ایام پرترافیک کاری جناب آقای رئیس جمهور و مقامات کشور دوست و برادر ترکیه انجام بشه. ما امیدوار هستیم که به زودی شاهد انجام این سفر و تحولاتی که در پی اون قرار هست در مناسبات ایجاد بشه و شتاب هرچه بیشتری به همکاری‌ها داده بشه باشیم. همچنین در خصوص افزایش همکاری‌ها در حوزه‌های انرژی، تجاری، فرهنگی، گردشگری، تعاملات مالی، زیست محیطی و سایر موضوعات مورد علاقه گفتگو کردیم، اتفاق نظر داریم و در خصوص رفع برخی از موانع هم نسبت به راه حل‌ها تمرکز داشتیم در گفتگوهایی که با هم انجام دادیم. همکاری در حوزه امنیتی، انتظامی، مبارزه با تروریسم از دیگر موضوعاتی بود که با هم همفکری و همکاری لازم رو در بهترین سطح داریم. در خصوص حجم تبادل تجاری برادرم جناب آقای چاوشاغلو اشاره کردن، علیرغم اینکه مناسبات دو کشور در حوزه تجارت و اقتصاد در وضعیت خوبی قرار داره، اما همچنان متناسب با ظرفیت‌های دو کشور نیست. هدفگذاری در این رابطه بین دو کشور وجود داره که در دیدار با آقای رئیس جمهور هم مورد تأکید ایشون قرار گرفت. علاوه بر اون جناب آقای اردوغان راهکارهایی رو برای رسیدن به
results for Spain, and Spain has become even more an indispensable voice in European affairs and standing up for European values in an era of deep polarization. We're gathered here at the most challenging geopolitical and geoeconomic backdrop for decades, but there is also hope and silver linings. I think your government has shown that it's possible to revive growth even in challenging times and with reforms. Well, and you've been putting Spain at the forefront of the twin transition, leading the country's digital transformation and steering it towards a more ecological, sensible future. So also in our reports, this is very much underlined. So Prime Minister, we look forward to continuing the debate and look forward to hear your message. And we're so happy to see you back physically here in Davos. So, Mr. Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Board, and good afternoon, everyone. Coming back to Davos is a sign of a much longed for return to normalcy, as are the unmasked faces that I can see in the audience. Yet today does not feel normal at all, does it? The world is trembling. Many of the certainties that we had just 3 years ago have now vanished, and the new ones that are supposed to replace them have not emerged yet. Many citizens feel that something has broken and that the world is heading down a dark path. There should be no doubt that Putin is the main culprit of this terrible detour. He attacked the rules-based international order when the world was at such a low point in the midst of a terrible pandemic. An act of cruelty that speaks only to his own weakness. But perhaps we should put him aside for a moment and ask ourselves, what about us? Haven't we also made mistakes? Are we doing everything that we can to protect that international order based on openness, rules, and collaboration that Putin is trying to undermine and destroy? Many international alliances have indeed strengthened after COVID and the invasion of Ukraine, particularly in the realm of defense. But are we not only seeing borders become more closed to both people and goods, and support for many multilateral organizations fail? Are we doing enough to fight inequality and social injustice and to prevent further autocratic leaders like Putin from emerging? And what is equally important, are we doing everything in our hands to tackle climate change, or are we using this crisis again as an excuse to slow down the green transition? I believe this to be the right moment and the right place to ask ourselves these questions and to realize that if the answer is no to any of them, then it means that we need to wake up. Because there is much at stake, much more than the performance of our economies on the next quarter. Our present struggle is not only against Putin or the energy shortage, it is also against fear, mistrust, selfishness, xenophobia, and environmental disaster. And its outcome will define life in the West and beyond for decades to come. That is why I think that we should do more. We should do more. That we should use this opportunity to remake and strengthen our international architecture, to redouble our commitment to our liberal and democratic values, and to craft new rules and new leadership that will allow us to effectively overcome the great challenges of our time, such as climate change and, as I said earlier, inequality. If not now, when? If not us, who? Since I am giving a speech, the only thing I can offer are words, but words can become something powerful. They can become promises. And here is mine. My country, Spain, will step up to the challenge. My country, my government, will stand in at the front line with those nations committed to fight for a world driven by social collaboration and environmental responsibility, and not by fragmentation and short-termism. And Spain will do this by actively engaging in the four main threats that the world is currently facing. The first, the pandemic, which unfortunately is not over yet. Spain is the fifth country in the world that has donated more COVID vaccines, more than 70 million doses. And we will keep doing so until countries in the global south have the same access as those in the north. Second, we will continue to help Ukraine in its struggle for freedom. Last year, Spain created the largest humanitarian aid package in its history for the Ukrainian people, provided military support worth more than 300 million euros, and received more than 150,000 Ukrainian refugees. And this support will not stop until Putin withdraws his troops and Ukraine becomes once again the independent and prosperous country that once was. So, President Zelensky, we have your back. Third international threat in which Spain will keep its commitment, the energy crisis. Last year, my country voluntarily reduced its electricity consumption by 7.5% compared to our historic average, and its consumption of natural gas by 23%. And we have contributed to the European security of supply by increasing exports of electricity and gas to the European Union to the limit of our capacity. We did so by doubling our imports of natural gas from overseas, and also by increasing our production of solar energy by 33% compared to the previous year, which makes us the fifth country in the world in wind energy production and the eighth in renewable energy generation. Now, we will continue to support our European allies. And we will do so by fostering greater interconnectivity, fair regulations, and clean energy, so this crisis serves to accelerate the green transition and not to delay it. In 2023, we will continue increasing our renewable energy production capacity in a significant way, and we will move forward in the construction of this first green hydrogen gas pipeline in the Mediterranean from Barcelona to Marseille. And we will start building 2 mega plants of green methanol that will create up to 85,000 jobs and fuel the future vessels of the largest shipping company in the planet. So I believe that Spain has outstanding conditions for the development of this kind of energy. That is why we already host 20% of all green hydrogen projects worldwide. Finally, we will also increase our commitment to food security. As you know, the world faces a global hunger crisis of unprecedented proportions. In just 2 years, the number of people suffering famine or living at the brink of it has increased from 135 million in 53 countries to 345 million in 82 countries. And in many developing countries, people are close to starvation due to shortage. And in many developed ones, many people are struggling to put good food on their table due to escalating prices. So we need to act. Despite its size, Spain is one of the largest food producing countries in the world and the first organic producer in the European Union. As such, we will continue to support the food supply chains We will increase our agricultural production in balance with the environmental sustainability, and we will foster the development of modern agriculture in developing countries through a number of public and private cooperation projects. But, of course, there is more we can do. Dear colleagues, the best way to make sure that Putin and his allies don't succeed in their attempt to destroy the liberal rules and principles that have driven the international order since the end of the Cold War is to redouble our support to those very rules and principles, not only with words, but with actions. That is why Spain has and will continue to increase its support to multilateralism. In times of uncertainty and difficulty like the one we are living in, countries tend to close themselves, to build walls and cut ties from the rest of the world in the hope that isolation will protect them. But it never does. It only makes them weaker. I am certain that the best way to protect Spain and Spanish citizens is to protect the rest of the world's population. That global problems can only be solved with global responses. And for this reason, since I became president, Spanish development aid has doubled from 2.2 billion euros per year to 4.4 billion euros per year. And in the future, it will continue to do so. Spain will go on to support developing countries and multilateral organizations with even greater strength and conviction than it did before, since now they are more necessary than ever. And let me say that this is not only what my government wants. This is what the Spanish citizens demand. Not in vain, according to the latest surveys, they are the most committed citizens in Europe to solidarity among nations. And for the same reasons, we will also continue to advocate for an open and interconnected economy. It is clear that we need to rethink global trade and supply chains. Recent events have reminded us that production cost should not be the only criteria considered when deciding where to locate production chains. There are others, such as security and environmental sustainability. And I believe that Europe must recover certain strategic capabilities that it shouldn't have lost in the first place. Capabilities in key industries such as defense, health, energy, or food. And for these reasons, this will be one of the main priorities of the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, which will take place during the second half of this year. But for Spain, ensuring Europe's strategic autonomy does not mean fostering a return to a kind of autarky or nationalism or economic fragmentation. On the contrary, Spain is the 16th largest trading nation in the world and the second most visited. Our country has prospered by opening up. And that is what we will continue to do in the future, while we advocate at the same time for an European Union more connected with the rest of the world, particularly with our friends in Latin America. It seems that 2023 won't be a good year for the global economy. It will be marked by uncertainty caused by the war, high inflation, and the stagnation of some of its largest nations. But Spain will inevitably suffer some of the effects of this context, but it is also showing magnificent signs of resilience and strength. And this is what I want to share also with you, because at this moment Spain has the highest employment level of its history. It continues to grow above the average of the Eurozone, and it registers the lowest inflation rate of the European Union. In fact, all international organizations agree that Spain will be one of the Western economies that will better navigate this period of uncertainty and economic slowdown. And they predict that it will continue to grow and advance in the path of convergence and progress along which it has been advancing for the last 30 years. We have a first-class network of physical and digital infrastructures, a well-trained and highly educated workforce, a dynamic and cutting-edge private sector, and institutional stability. And we also have a plan of structural reforms underway that has already invested more than 43 billion euros from the Next Generation European funds. The global economy needs, today more than ever, reliable partners that can be trusted, and Spain will be one of them. Supporting economic openness and multilateralism will be crucial to protect the global order that Putin is trying to destroy. But there's one more crucial thing that needs to be done. We have to fight the rotten seeds that Putin has planted in our own countries. Let's not forget that Russian autocrat is not alone in his reactionary aspiration of fracturing the world and turning back the clock. He has some allies in Europe. Now they hide their sympathies and connections with Putin, but just some years ago, they were visiting him and praising his ways. So we must prevent these political forces from reaching the institutions and destroying the European Union from the inside, because the threat is very real, especially in those countries where these far-right forces have the support of mainstream conservative parties, which are opening the doors of governments. So we will fight them back with the same determination and conviction that the Ukrainians are fighting the Russian forces, but of course with different weapons. Our weapons will be democracy, transparency, and effective policies. And for me, this is the last point, and this point is crucial, because it's time to deliver. In most Western countries, inequality is rising and social mobility has stalled. Our citizens are losing purchasing power. They are struggling to find a decent job, to buy a proper house, to provide good education for their kids. To many of them, it is impossible to save for a well-deserved vacation, let alone to have a decent retirement or a private health insurance. Meanwhile, the number of billionaires keeps growing, and large multinational companies keep increasing their benefits even at the backs of others. How can we ask our citizens to put up with inflation a little longer when some big companies pay zero taxes thanks to the fiscal paradise and the holes in the international regulations that we allow to exist? And I'm asking you, global elites, to help us change this situation. 100 years ago, when the world was still ruled by old aristocracies, it would have been naive and pointless to do so. But things have changed. Today, many of you come from working and middle-class backgrounds. You're leaders that have been democratically elected by your citizens, business people that made your own fortune through hard work. And that is why you know that the system is not fair, that is filled with injustice and inequality, that it is time to fix it. It is time that our economy and policies focus again in what really matters, the well-being of the people. Because if they cannot deliver that, what's the point of protecting them? My government is committed to this goal, George. Over the past 10 months, we have devoted more than 45 billion euros of public funds to help citizens, companies deal with the inflationary wave and the energy crisis. We have mobilized all the financial and legal resources of the state to protect them by cutting taxes, fostering free public transport, providing direct aids to SMEs and households, industries, and acting on the electricity and the housing markets. These measures have helped us to reduce inflation by 5 points in 5 months and to make this crisis a bit more bearable to many. Thus, we will continue to hold and expand them until prices moderate and decent life becomes affordable again. So my dear colleagues, the world is facing a major peril whose threat goes beyond the Russian gas supply or the fate of Ukraine. We all must act to the limits of our capacity, limits that should not be determined by the scale of our GDP or by old rules that we never approved. It should be set by the needs and rights of our citizens. Their welfare should be the measure of our success. So let's deliver. Thank you.
Prime Minister, thank you for that very interesting overview, and congratulations also on the good economic results in Spain. That's not the case all over the world. As you've seen, IMF and the World Bank do fear that 1/3 of the world can go into a recession. But listening to you on the transition that Spain has been going through, the labor reforms, but also some of the other economic reforms, has led now to one of the strongest growth in Europe. You're the 16th largest exporter in the world. Are there things in your reform agenda that can be applicable also for other nations where they can learn? Because sometimes, of course, you also hear that the reforms can then make the country less competitive. But what you have shown by some of these reforms, that it has led to growth and more people employed. So.
Well, thank you, Borja. Well, most of these reforms, 190 reforms that we have delivered so far during these last 3 years, by the way, with the coalition government with a minority support in the parliament, which is something I think remarkable for, the outcome of this coalition government, the first experience at the central level in our democratic history. The recent democratic history, But, well, most of these reforms have been agreed with the European Commission. Has been for many years included in what the Commission calls named the country-specific recommendations. So, it is important that these reforms are delivered, but it's also very important these reforms are delivered with the social recognition and the social agreements of the key actors. So, for instance, the labor reform we delivered with the agreement of the business administration and the trade union, which it never happened over the last 40 years.
That's like squaring a circle.
Exactly, yes. And we are also doing that in other important reforms, such as the education reform or the vocational training reform, and recently the university reform that we are about to end before the national parliament.
Because I looked at the unemployment numbers, they've gone quite considerably down. A lot of more people employed. Is the youth unemployment challenge that you were faced with some years ago, would you say that is solved, or is it now on the European level? Because it used to be much higher.
It is not solved yet. Of course, if we compare our unemployment rates with the rest of the European Union, of course, is high, so it's still unacceptable, but we are on the way to resolve one of our structural problems, which is youth unemployment. But it's not only important, indeed it is, that we are creating jobs, and it's also the quality of those jobs. Yeah. One figure that to me was very, very interesting is that since we implement policies that moved workers from the shadow economy to formal economy, we have reduced by 500,000 the structural unemployment in Spain in just less than 2 years. And these kind of reforms together or along with the labor reform and other reforms that we are approving, such as the educational system, the vocational training system, the university system, or the science law, or the startup law to attract and retain talent, I think that we are modernizing the Spanish economy in a way that perhaps didn't happen in the last 20 to 30 years.
Thank you. Moving up in the value chain, I just saw that you have increased the people on permanent contracts in the labor market with 200%. So what you're saying is that if you want to hire people, you should also be in a situation where you're so profitable that you can pay people decent salaries and have contracts.
One of our major lacks and problems, of course, is always productivity, labor productivity, and this also has been linked to temporary and precariousness in our country. So that is why I think it's important, this change, as well as delivering on gender equality regarding salaries and working conditions, minimum wage, as you mentioned before, and of course recognizing labor rights for workers in the digital platforms. We were pioneering this kind of debate within the European Union.
I also heard your Prime Minister say that you're still concerned with populist movements in Europe. You mentioned that there are still key players that don't necessarily stick to what is at the core of the values you are complying with and what you are sticking to. We had elections in France, we had elections in Italy. Do you think this trend has turned due to what we've seen unfolding in Ukraine now, or we should not be complacent about this?
I think that we cannot be complacent about it. I think that the main risk is that conservative parties open the doors of governments to these far-right parties. And this is something that goes against the European Union.
Any examples you would like to share with us? Or?
Well, I think it's, what I think it's important to keep the unity. I think the biggest lesson that we can take from first the pandemic and now this terrible war in Ukraine and its implication for the European Union as a whole is the importance of unity. And unity is not only a word in order to react to things that happens abroad, but unity also in a way to face common challenges. So, for instance, energy. This energy crisis cannot be used by some to slow down their climate commitments, but to align our responses to this biggest challenge, which is climate change. And this is what we are doing in Spain. We've been, as you know quite well, very vocal since the beginning of the war, even before, asking the Commission to reform. And it was a matter of debate last year in Davos with Timmermans, Commissioner Timmermans, to reform the electricity market. We came out with this Iberian solution that allow us to reduce inflation in the Iberian Peninsula. But we also tabled this idea of central purchase of gas to use our purchase power, or of course, trying, as we propose to the rest of member states and the European Commission, to decouple gas prices from electricity prices. This is the way that we can defend, of course, our households, SMEs and industries, and of course competitiveness. It was really interesting, the remarks made by Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the Commission. I completely align with her view.
This morning?
This morning. I think it's important that we take seriously what Biden administration is doing with this Inflation Reduction Act. I think that Europe must react and do some homework, review our state rules aids, to renew our industrial policy. And for that, I think it's going to be crucial at the Spanish presidency second semester of the year. We will be very focused on the open strategic autonomy.
Because industry policy is obviously back in the sense that, of course, it is a positive thing, I guess, that the US is now also trying to take a lead on the decarbonization. I think the challenge is probably that 300 billion US dollars to sectors that want to develop this can also be so attractive that it attracts investments to the US that could have been in Europe. But what is then the European response? Is it then to match that, or is it to say that this is state subsidies?
We need to negotiate and to reach an agreement with the US administration, because politically I think it's important that after, especially the war, Western countries, Western allies, transatlantic relations get closer and we don't split and divide ourselves. Second, because I think that it's important that Europe review its internal industrial policies, competition policy, or as I said earlier, the state aid rules that in a way doesn't fit to the new reality, especially after the pandemic and the war. So, I think that it's important to reach that agreement with the US administration to get closer in this transatlantic relation, but on the other hand, there's some homework to do. And we already send our proposals to the Commission regarding the electric market, regarding the review of the state aid rules. And we will do as we have been doing over the last years, being constructive, proposing different measures that at the end of the day, what we want to reach is a stronger Europe and a much more integrated Europe. Because at the end of the day, these are common challenges that need common responses.
Because you also mentioned the importance of this strategic autonomy. But coming back to the US IRA plan that's also passed by the Congress, so maybe it's hard to see that the administration can walk back on some of this. But of course, it's money that is put out there for semiconductors developments, carbon capture and storage. It's about hydrogen and etc. So what you're saying is that Europe can always match that with industry policy if there is a political will.
So take into consideration this figure. Only 10% of the chips produced worldwide are produced in Europe. So we need to take some lessons from the past, mistakes that we committed, as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, and to develop this idea of an open, and I remark open, strategic autonomy, because we need that in defense, health, food, or this new industry of chips and semiconductors. Because when you speak with the CEOs of these global companies, what they tell you is that there's an expectation of doubling the demand of semiconductors and chips also in Europe. So I think that it's crucial for all of us to have this new industrial policy and to develop this idea of the strategic autonomy. And by the way, I think it's also very important for Europe to look abroad and to focus, of course, and keep this unity along with the US administration, but also, why not, with Africa and Latin America. And this is going to be one of my goals. To have this bilateral summit together with Latin American and Caribbean countries, and also with the southern neighborhood countries in the Mediterranean. And of course, since the president of Serbia is here, a good friend, we will also host and convene in Granada this very important meeting of the European political community, which I think is a very good idea to share strategies, reflections, and to create synergies among different European countries. So, I think that Europe has a lot of opportunities in this very difficult moment, but we need to be ambitious, and we need to, as I said earlier, to wake up and deliver.
No, I see President Alexander Vučić is listening very carefully here on the first row. No, thank you very much, Prime Minister. I would have liked the conversation to continue. No, my colleagues are saying, it has to come to an end. And you should always end when people still want it to continue. But I think we're still there. Answers very, very thoughtful. Thank you for your leadership, and very privileged to have you back in Davos. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, Adil, would you do this conversation?